He was in. Snake's underwater infiltration of Big Shell was complete. As he entered the elevator in the lower part of Strat A, he paused to reflect on his briefing with Campbell. 6 hours earlier, Big Shell had been taken over by a group of heavily armed extremists. The terrorists had kidnapped the president, who was visiting Big Shell on an inspection tour, and taken him hostage along with several employees of the facility. Now they were using hostages to blackmail the government. The terrorists' demands were a joke, a list of 20-odd trivialities, plus $30 billion in cash. Your mission objectives are as follows, Campbell had said. First, infiltrate the ocean cleanup facility known as Big Shell and rescue the president and the other hostages. Second, neutralize the terrorists. You are authorized to use any means necessary to complete this mission. Your contact will be able to fill you in with more details later. Contact: one of the president's Secret Service agents, a man by the name of Richard American Englishes, seems to have eluded the terrorists. The name triggered something in Snake's brain. He'd heard it before. American Englishes? Isn't that Nastasia's husband? Ex-husband, Campbell corrected him. He's also the one who requested our help in the first place. But whatever means he was using to communicate with us has apparently been destroyed, and we can't get a hold of him anymore. You've got to get in touch with American Englishes directly and find out anything you can about the situation inside. His last transmission came from Strat F, and he should still be hiding somewhere in that area. That's where you should head first. The elevator began its ascent. As Snake took off his diving equipment, he went over Campbell's last directive one more time in his head. American Englishes was supposedly hiding from these terrorists. Even if Snake managed to get close to him, American Englishes wouldn't come out of hiding if Snake were being followed. Once he arrived at Strat F and started looking for American Englishes, he'd have to be extra careful to avoid being detected by the enemy. Strat F was located northeast of Strat A. Mission begins.
Freeze.
There's somebody there. What's going on?
What's going on? Respond.
Freeze.
Communications with Strat F have ceased. Carry out.
Snake addressed the man. You must be American Englishes. American Englishes nodded. And you must be solid, Snake. Learning to read Snake's shrugs. American Englishes took this as a yes. I knew they'd send you. After all, I asked for the best man they had. That was quite an impressive job you pulled on that tanker a few years ago. You mean slaughtering those terrorists? To the last man? He felt the painful memories resurfacing in his mind. Scores of fresh, young soldiers lying dead in heaps on the deck. The acrid smell of blood permeating every corner of the ship. But you managed to get all the hostages out safely, didn't you? Asked American Englishes. Snake had heard these words countless times. They never helped ease the pain. They never would. Snake did not feel like explaining that. Where is the president? He said, getting to the point. American Englishes looked away. I don't know. What about the other hostages? I'm not sure. Are you telling me you don't know anything? I've seen the leader of the terrorists. Who? Who is it? Fatman. Snake searched his memory. It didn't take long for him to trace the name. Fatman. A disgraced former Navy SEAL turned mad bomber. The self-styled emperor of explosives. A man with no philosophy or creed. A hardened criminal who'd sell himself to anyone for the right price. But hadn't he been arrested 3 years earlier after that church bombing incident? He was acquitted. American Englishes spat in disgust, as if anticipating Snake's question. Even though more than 30 people died in the blast, the jury found him not guilty. They said there was still a reasonable doubt as to whether he had done it or not. Fatman's got a lot of rich and powerful friends who can afford to hire the best defense attorneys in the business. He bought his freedom with the same blood money he made from killing those innocent people. American English's mouth twitched. Maybe he was going to grin. If he was judged correctly, this would not have happened. In other words, the jury's mistake is about to kill us and their president. American Englishes turned around toward Snake. Snake, rescue the president. I know Fatman was at the heliport. He's probably still giving orders there now. The heliport, on the roof of Strati, right? As Snake nodded and got up to leave, American Englishes stopped him. Don't waste your time trying to take him alive. He's got too many tricks up his sleeve. And the president's life is still in danger. American Englishes took out his USP and looked straight into Snake's eyes. Promise me you'll kill him. He handed the USP to Snake. Then he produced a few more objects from his jacket. Here, you better take these along with you too. I picked them up on my way here. They should come in handy when you're taking care of Fatman. Coolant spray, the bomb detecting sensor array, and a level 1 security card. Snake took the items and added them to his equipment. Alright. Leave the rest to me. I'm counting on you. I think I'll just stay here for a while. Sounds like a good plan to me. Snake left the room. He heard a click as the door locked behind him. True to his word, American Englishes was planning to hole up in that room. The codec sounded. It was Campbell. Snake, we've found out where the hostages are being held. How? By email. Someone in there is using their cell phone to send messages to the government. A Secret Service agent named Jennifer. Where are the hostages? She says they're in the Shell 1 core on level B1. I found out where the terrorist leader is too. What's my priority here, the leader or the hostages? I'll leave that up to you, Snake. Good luck. Mission resumes.
$15. Oh, and a quarter. Don't forget the quarter. Nothing here.
the enemy! I need help!
What's going on? Respond. Communications with the first floor of the Shell 1 core have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
No sign of the missing man. Everything else is normal.
Freeze.
Who's there?
Freeze.
Snake entered the assembly hall. There were the hostages, more than 20 of them by the looks of it. Terrorist guards patrolled the area, checking in every so often by radio. If they got even a whiff of anything suspicious, the whole place would be flooded with reinforcement in no time. Once that happened, there'd be nowhere to run. Snake would somehow have to get in touch with Jennifer without being
the hell is this?
detected. There was, however, another problem: how to tell which hostage was Jennifer. Snake called Campbell on the codec. "Colonel, can you tell me if Jennifer has any distinguishing features?" "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you there." "Why not?" "Jennifer is apparently sending us email with her hands tied behind her back. You wouldn't be able to tell which one is her, even if we sent her mail from here." Snake clicked his tongue in frustration. Campbell thought for a minute. "I've got it. If you hear the sound of someone punching keys on a cell phone, that person must be Jennifer. Listen for that sound. The sound of keys on a cell phone. There should be a directional microphone somewhere in the Shell 1 core. Look for it before you go in." Mission resumes.
Freeze.
As Snake entered the assembly hall, Campbell's voice sounded on the codec. But you found the microphone. Now you sit to find Jennifer. Campbell continued, Jennifer is using her cell phone to send us email. If you hear the sound of someone punching keys on a cell phone, turn towards the nearest hostage and press the action button to talk to that person. If it really is Jennifer, she should give you some sort of response. What if I'm wrong? The enemy might hear the noise and come to investigate. Don't talk to just anyone. Don't press the action button until you're absolutely sure that it's Jennifer you're talking to. Mission resumes.
You're Jennifer, right?
If you chose the save the host. Jennifer looked as if she were about to say something. Snake swiftly reached out and covered her mouth with his hand. Keep your voice down. They'll hear us. Snake removed her blindfold, keeping an eye out for approaching guards. Upon seeing Snake's face, Jennifer's clear brown eyes glowed with joy. But now was not the time to grant her wish. Snake said to her, "I don't mean to disappoint you, but my first priority is to rescue the president. You'll just have to be patient until I get him to a safe place." Jennifer's shoulders sagged. "First, though, I need you to tell me everything you know. If you understand me, nod your head." Jennifer nodded. Snake lifted his hand from her mouth. "What's going on here?" "Well, when they tied me up and dumped me here on the floor, I thought I'd never get out alive. Then this guy came to rescue me. But he turned out to be a cold-blooded jerk, and now I'm really mad." Snake was at a loss for words. That's not. Just kidding. You're looking for the president, right? He's already gone," said Jennifer, almost casually. She continued while enjoying Snake's puzzled look. "He escaped through the bottom of one of the struts. He should be on a boat back to Manhattan right about now. One of my fellow agents managed to sneak him out as we were being attacked." "Are you sure?" "Yes. Pretty good, aren't I?" Jennifer beamed with pride. "Too bad we got caught before we could see him off. So, that's that. Maybe it's about time for you to save me. If the president had escaped safely, saving the hostages was the new mission." Snake nodded. "Okay. I've got to take care of that guard first." As Snake rose, Jennifer stopped him. "That's not a good idea." "Why not?" "They supposedly set a bomb in here. They said they'd set it off if we tried to escape." Snake made a small grunt. "This wasn't going to be that easy. Do you know where is it planted?" "As far as I've been able to tell, it should be somewhere here in the Shell 1 core." "Alright. I'll get to that first." Just then, he overheard one of the terrorist guards talking to his comrades. On the radio, it sounded like they were going to tighten the security in the hostage room. He'd have to get out fast. The terrorists don't seem to have any intention of harming the hostages. For now, at least. Sit tight and pretend to be captured for a little while longer. "Sure. I've got a level 2 security card hidden in my jacket. Go ahead and take it." As Snake felt through the jacket for the card, Jennifer lets out a squeal. "Hey, watch your hands, mister." "That's it. Just a little lower. There it is." As Snake retrieved the level 2 card, Jennifer looked into his eyes. "Hurry back, okay? Don't worry, I will." Snake put the blindfold back around Jennifer's eyes, then made his way out of the assembly hall. Mission resumes.
There's somebody there.
Huh?
What was that just now?
I'm under attack. Stay alert.
Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to the front of the elevator on B2 of the Shell 1 core. Intensify the level of security.
It's him. Everyone stay on guard.
Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to the front of the elevator on B2 of the Shell 1 core. Intensify the level of security.
Encounter DNA requesting backup.
The B2 computer room in the show 1 core. Don't let him escape. Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to the front of the elevator on B2 of the show. Intensify the level. What's going on? Respond. Communications with B2 of the Shell 1 core have ceased.
Nanomachine,
Investigation
son.
immediately.
Snake called Campbell by Kodak and reported that the president had already escaped and that he'd neutralized the bombs with the coolant spray. Good work, said Campbell. Now it's time to take out Fatman. I don't think even you could get all those hostages out at once. You'll have to take care of the terrorists first. Snake nodded. He was worried about Jennifer and the others, but he had to agree with Campbell's assessment. According to American Englishes, Fatman should be at the heliport. That's on the roof of Strati. Snake, head for the heliport and take out Fatman. Make sure he stays down for good this time. Roger that, Colonel. Mission resumes.
Enemy sighted.
Nothing here. Nothing here.
It's the enemy. I need it.
Nothing here.
There's somebody there. I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements to Strut E. Exercise extreme caution.
There's somebody there.
$15. Oh, and a quarter. Don't forget the quarter.
A huge shadow appeared from behind the crate. Fatman. American Englishes had been right. Fatman turned to face Snake and shouted, "Where is the president?" "You'll never find him," answered Snake. "I don't believe you. You're lying. You go ahead and believe what you want." Fatman thrust out his right hand to reveal a small object with a switch. "This is a remote triggering device for a bomb. Hand over the president or the hostages die." "It's no use, Fatman," Snake replied coolly. Fatman pushed the switch. Nothing happened. He pushed it several more times. Still, nothing happened. "Do you believe me now?" asked Snake. Fatman tossed the switch aside and stamped his feet in anger. "That bastard American Englishes. I pay him good money and he can't even manage to keep an eye on one old man. I never should have agreed to work with that amateur in the first place." He turned back to face Snake, the color rising to his cheeks. "Look like our little plan has failed. I'm getting out of here while the getting's good. But first I'll take care of you." Fatman's skates sprang into motion. Mission resumes. Fatman fell to the ground with a sickening thud. A pool of blood began to spread under his grotesque body. The so-called Emperor of Explosives had finally met his match. Snake called Campbell by Kodak and told him what had happened. Campbell reported that the president was safe in the custody of the Coast Guard. Moreover, the SEALs had entered the facility while Snake was fighting Fatman and were in the process of cleaning up the last remaining terrorists. Yet something about the whole situation seemed odd to Snake. Fatman said that American Englishes was the one who had captured the president. I don't think he was lying. But if American Englishes was involved, then why did he ask for my help? Suddenly, Snake heard a woman's voice. It was Jennifer. The SEALs had rescued her, she said. The other hostages were safe as well. But she was disappointed that Snake didn't come to rescue her personally. She asked him if he was happy now that the mission was over. Yeah, but something's bothering me, Snake responded. Something just doesn't seem right. What doesn't seem right? Fatman said that American Englishes was in league with the terrorists, but Jennifer's eyes widened. That's impossible. Richard's the one who helped the president escape. What are you talking about? Something didn't add up. Fatman seemed to be telling the truth. But it was also true that American Englishes had cooperated with Snake. Now Jennifer was saying that American Englishes had helped the president escape. Even if Fatman was lying and Jennifer was telling the truth, why would American Englishes neglect to mention that he'd already rescued the president? Snake pondered this riddle in silence. Jennifer seemed to take offense at this. I don't know what you're thinking, but I can assure you that Richard is one of our finest agents. There's no way he could be working with the terrorists. And why is that? Because he lost his sister in a terrorist bombing attack 3 years ago. A chill ran down Snake's spine. The words came together in a rush. 3 years ago, terrorist bombing, sister, church, Fatman. Snake suddenly recalled American English's strange behavior. The way he spat as he said that Fatman had been acquitted. His passionate conviction that the jury did not bring justice to Fatman. The look in his eyes as he gave Snake his gun and said, "Promise me you'll kill him." The pieces were all falling into place now. Fatman had killed American English's sister and gotten off scot-free. American English's promised revenge. He plotted his revenge. He approached the extremist group and proposed kidnapping the president. He hired Fatman to help carry out the job. He led the terrorists. He helped the president escape, but didn't bother to contact the authorities. Finally, he called and asked for Solid Snake, the notorious terrorist killer, to intervene personally. Big Cell was the execution ground. The president was the bait used to lure Fatman to his doing. And Snake himself was the executioner, whereas American English is? Have you seen him? Jennifer looked startled by Snake's sudden change in attitude. No. He's probably still hiding somewhere. He's actually pretty timid, you know. But I'm sure he'll come out once he hears that the terrorists have all been captured. Snake knew American Englishes wasn't coming out. Later, they conducted a search for American Englishes, but there was no trace of him anywhere in the country, let alone Big Shell. He was gone.
I need scissors. 61.
Snake, I have a favor to ask, said Otacon. Snake's face creased into a frown. Otacon's favors always meant trouble, usually for Snake. Forget it. I don't know what you're up to this time, but I'm through running around the country on some half-baked crusade I don't even understand. It's nothing like that. It's my sister. Your sister? Yeah. Her name's Emma. Otacon's voice suddenly became grave as he began to relate his story. He'd recently discovered the whereabouts of his long-estranged sister-in-law. Apparently, she was working as a systems programmer at an ocean cleanup facility in Manhattan Bay called Big Shell. Wait a minute. Big Shell, isn't that where? Exactly. So you've heard the rumors too. There had recently been a string of accidental deaths among the employees of Big Shell. A number of rumors were circulating about the cause of these deaths. There was a serial killer on the loose. The employees were going stir crazy. The whole place was haunted. Big Shell had gone from being a symbol of environmental responsibility to being a source of tabloid gossip. I'm worried about Emma. Will you go and check on her for me? Snake waved his hand in dismissal. Go ask the police or something. You know they wouldn't do anything about it. And you assumed that I would. I've got a bad feeling about this thing. Just go and check for me, please. You go. Come on. No way. I'm telling you, Snake, I've got a really bad feeling about this. Please, I'm begging you. Leave me alone. 6 hours later, Snake found himself standing on the heliport of Big Shell. He watched as a group of armed men began to take over the facility before his eyes. Snake hid himself behind a crate. Just then, Otacon called on the codec. You think they're some kind of terrorists? He asked. I dunno. But it's pretty clear that the situation is a little more dangerous than before. Congratulations. Looks
Nobody
like
cares.
you guessed
Let's
right.
go.
That's not exactly reassuring. I hope. Emma's still okay. Yeah, me too, said Snake. His eye drifted over to a Harrier jet parked on the heliport. What about that Harrier? Does it belong to them? No, that belongs to the Marines. Apparently they made an emergency landing here 3 days ago, after a problem occurred during a training exercise. Snake nodded. First things first. We'd better find out what exactly is going on here. I'm going in. Roger. Be careful in there. Oh, and Snake. What? If you do happen to meet Emma, don't mention my name, okay? Why not? Well, we haven't seen each other in a long time, and it's all kind of sudden. Otacon hesitated. Snake realized that there was more to the situation than Otacon was willing to let on. He decided to let it drop as he headed inside Big Shell. Mission resumes.
What's going on? Respond. Communications with the heliport on the roof of Struddy have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Enemy intruder sighted.
Understood. I'm sending an additional unit to the roof of Struddy. Don't let the enemy get away.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements to Strut E. Exercise extreme.
Snake emerged onto the deconnecting bridge. Sensing a presence nearby, he quickly hid himself in the shadows. Soon he heard the sound of footsteps, accompanied by voices. "What about that girl who got away?" said a man's voice. "We lost her in Strut C," said another man. "Girl? Were they talking about Emma?" Snake cocked his head to listen more closely. "Lost her? Ooh, that's not good," said the first man. "Why?" "Well, I don't know all the details, but I heard that we need that brat to get it back. So until we got our hands on her, we are screwed." Snake stole a peek at the two men. They were decked out in full military gear, but they didn't seem to carry themselves like soldiers. The first man continued. "What about, you know? Question mark? The ghost of Big Shell. Nobody's seen him yet. He must know we are here to pick it up. He'll be coming for us as soon as we find it. If he does, I'll kick his ass. Heck, I'd do more than that. I'd kill the bastard. He's already iced 3 of our guys." The voices trailed off into the distance. Snake called Otacon on the codec. "That girl that they were talking about, that's Emma. I'm sure of it. They mentioned that some of their comrades were killed by the ghost of Big Shell. What do you think they were talking about?" "I have no idea. Don't worry about it. Just head for Strut C, quickly." Emma's. Otacon was right. Right now, saving Emma was the top priority. Snake decided to head for Strut C. Mission resumes.
I'm under attack. Stay alert.
Understood. Reinforcements are on the way to the DE bridge. Exercise extreme caution.
Enemy sighted.
Nothing here.
Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake! There's somebody there. Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake!
What's going on? Respond. Communications with Strut D have ceased. Carry out.
Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake! Do something, Snake!
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
What's that? Be careful, he's still in this area.
Understood. Reinforcements are on the way to Strut D. Intensify security measures.
Enemy in the area! Increase security level!
Understood. Reinforcements are on the way to Strut D. Intensify security measures.
There's somebody there.
Backup units, proceed to the CD connecting bridge ASAP. Prevent the enemy from getting... Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to Strut C. Intensify security measures. Attack team, come back at once.
Snake slowly approached the girl, who shrank into the corner of the food storage locker. "You're Emma, right? Who are you? How do you know my name?" "Calm down," said Snake, trying to reassure her. "I'm on your side. I came to rescue you." "You're on my side?" "That's right. You came to save me." "Yes." "Really? Really?" Emma regarded Snake with a suspicious look. "Do I really look like I can't be trusted?" said Snake. "What's the matter? Don't you have a mirror in your house?" Snake started to protest, but Emma cut him off. "Whatever. So, why exactly did you come to rescue me?" Snake had recalled what Otacon had said to him. "Whatever happens, don't mention his name." "I can't tell you that." "Why not?" "Because I just can't." Emma looked Snake up and down, from head to toe. She didn't exactly look convinced, but she seemed to let her guard down. "You know, for a hero, you don't sound very convincing. But I guess you don't seem like such a bad guy either. What's your name?" "Solid Snake." Suddenly, Emma stood up and grabbed Snake by the ear.
Turn the game
"Hello,
console off
Cable
right
Ankles?
now.
I asked you what your name was, not what your nickname was." "Got, what a freak." Emma released Snake's ear and looked him square in the eye. "What's your real name?" "I got rid of it." "Huh. People in my line of work don't need names." A slight frown crossed Emma's face. "HMPH. You might not be a bad guy, but you sure are weird. But whatever. So, Solid? Call me Snake." Snake sighed. Talking to this kid was making him tired. "Man, you're really uptight about names, aren't you? Okay then, Snake. Yup." Snake interrupted her. "Let me ask you a few questions, alright?" "Sure, fine. Why are those terrorists looking for you?" "Maybe it's because they find me irresistibly attractive." Snake couldn't think of anything to say to this. Emma seemed a little disappointed. "Or maybe it's because I changed the password for the computer system and locked them out." "What do you mean?" Emma explained. She'd seen the terrorists trying to use Big Shell's computer system to do something. Then, after creating a diversion and making her escape, she'd made a change to the system so they couldn't use it anymore. It bought me some time, and I thought it might irritate them as an added bonus, too. She was probably more concerned with the latter, Snake thought to himself. So what are the terrorists trying to do with the system? How should I know? Does it have something to do with the ghost of Big Shell? What are you talking about? Emma feigned a look of surprise. They said that some of their comrades got killed by the ghost of Big Shell. So who is this ghost they are talking about, anyway? Emma glared at Snake in disgust. Why are you looking at me like that? Zero. The ghost of Big Shell. That's so lame. She waved her hands above her head. Sure, it's true that 3 of them had died in the last month. It was actually really sad. Two of them just up and disappeared one after another. Then this other guy who just got here, he disappeared too. But they were all accidents, okay? They're just connecting it with some stupid childish legend. 1. Legend? So this ghost story has been around for a while? Yeah. They say that there was this one employee a long time ago whose son died and he tried to kill himself, but he didn't really die. He just got really mangled and stuff, and now he haunts the place. You know, that sort of thing. Something in Emma's eyes seemed to flicker for a moment, but she quickly, too, recovered.
Is this
Her voice
stream
became
pre-recorded?
cheerful again. Hey, these kinds of places always have one or two ghost stories associated with them, right? Some people say they've seen shadows lurking around in supposedly empty rooms, but personally I think someone's probably just slacking off on the job. But there's no such thing as ghosts. 3. Emma was clearly getting flustered. Okay, settle down. I don't believe in ghost stories either. I know. Stupid, aren't they? Emma looked relieved. Right. But I don't want to rule out any possibilities. Do you think anyone could have gotten in here without authorization? Emma thought for a minute. Big Cell is almost completely automated, so most of it's inaccessible to people. But yeah, I guess it might be possible. Still. Suddenly, the door to the dining hall burst open. Enemy guards started pouring into the room, shouting angrily. It looked like their conversation had dragged on a little bit too long. Snake grunted in frustration. It was tough to concentrate with Emma around. Emma, get down. Snake yelled as he drew his asp. Mission resumes.
Damage!
The guards all lay silent on the floor. Snake put away his gun and moved towards Emma, who was cowering in the corner again. He put his hand on her shoulder. Emma, are you alright? Yeah. Emma hung her head, trying to avoid Snake's gaze. Emma? I know I've only known you for 10 minutes, but I've already learned something about you. What's that? You're just like them. You're good at killing people. She was trying to put a strong face on, but her voice was wavering. In my world, said Snake, there's only one law, kill or be killed. That's what's kept me alive so far. And that's the only thing that's keeping you alive right now. If you want to survive, you better learn to be strong. Emma raised her head. I just learned something else about you.
What the hell are you talking
You're
about?
also good at justifying yourself, aren't you? Emma drew closer to Snake. His face was covered with the blood of others. It was a face exhausted by battle. Snake was wounded in numerous places. Emma tried to avert her eyes. He'd suffered all that, just to protect her. I'm sorry. Emma handed Snake a ration. Here. It's nothing. Forget about it, said Snake. Now let's get back to the task at hand. Where are the other hostages? They're all on the first floor of the shelter core. I don't think anybody's been hurt yet, but still. Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to help them. You'd better stay here. Wait. You can't get to the shelter core. What? I'll lock the door in Strat D that links the Shell 1 and Shelter cores. It won't open, even with a card. So how do I open it? Then, you've got to access the node in Strat B and enter the password. She dictated a 16-character string of letters and numbers to him. Snake nodded. Got it. Emma looked surprised. Shouldn't you write it down or something? In my line of work, we don't take notes. Snake demonstrated by reciting the password from memory. So you're good at memorizing things too, huh? I'm heading for Strut B, you stay put. But, no buts. Just leave everything to me. I'm good at running errands, too. Emma smiled. Okay. Here, take this with you. It's an extra security card. You'll need it to get into Strut B. I've got my own card with me, so it's okay. Snake took the card from Emma. I'll be back. Before you know it. No matter what happens, don't open the door. And try not to make a sound. Emma nodded and closed the door to the locker. Mission resumes.
Get over here, bitch!
Snake accessed the node. He entered the password that Emma had given him. After a moment, the monitor displayed a message saying that the lock on the door to the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge had been released. Snake turned to head back to Strut C. He heard a voice emanating from an unseen speaker. It sounded like some kind of building-wide announcement. This is a message for the ghost of Big Shell. You are hereby ordered to remove the lock on the system using the control key you got from the girl at once. You have 15 minutes to comply. If you fail to do so, we will kill the girl. I repeat. The voice repeated its warning. A chill ran up his spine. That girl they were talking about had to be Emma. Had they really gotten their hands on her? And what does this control key they were talking about? Snake called Otacon via the codec. They got Emma? Otacon exploded. What did you? Just calm down for a minute. I'm trying to think of a way to save her. The calm returned to Otacon's voice. Alright. This control key that they are talking about, could it be this card that Emma gave me? No, that's just a security card. It's only good for opening doors. The control key is just what it sounds like, an actually key that only Big Shell's system administrator would have access to. It acts as a verification device. Basically, you can't make any changes to Big Shell's computer system without it. The terrorists needed to release the lock on the system. What if they used a password like I just did? That wouldn't work. Passwords are only good up to security level 3. Beyond that, you'd need the control key to gain access. Sounds like you've been doing your homework. Snake, are sure Emma didn't give you anything else? Yeah. What makes them think I have it, anyway? Maybe Emma lied to them. Or maybe she gave it to the real ghost of Big Shell. That's not possible, said Otacon quickly. And how can you be so sure? Countered Snake. Hey, you said yourself that there's no such thing, didn't you? We have to hurry and save Emma. You're right. But we don't even know where they've taken her. Over the Kodak, Snake heard the sound of Otacon smacking one hand against the other. That's it. Why didn't I think of it before? What? Emma said she had her own card with her, right? Security cards in Big Shell word on an RFID system. That's radio frequency identification. Each RFID card is embedded with a NIC chip that sends data via a radio signal. The card readers can use these signals to detect and IDs within range. All data in Big Shell is managed by an integrated management system. And that system is accessible with a level 3 password. Otacon was speaking rapidly now. Meaning? Said Snake. Meaning that you can use the node to find out which strut Emma is in. Snake. Try accessing the node again using that password. Snake did as Otacon said. After a moment, the system displayed a blinking light in strut F. That's her. She's in strut F, Snake. You've got to hurry. Mission resumes.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
You must be Ames.
I'm dummy thick.
Nothing here.
As Snake emerged onto the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge, he got a call on the Kodak. That is Snake. Don't give me that this is Snake routine. Otacon was furious. Where do you think you're going? Anyway, Emma is in strut F. Get over there now. Mission resumes.
Nothing here. Nothing here.
Snake passed through the door to strut F. Emma was being held captive somewhere in this part of the facility. He'd have to be extra cautious from here on out. If the enemy spotted him, they'd kill Emma without hesitation. Snake would have to find her without being detected. Mission resumes.
Nothing here. Is there somebody there? Who's there? Who's there?
Freeze.
Nothing here.
Freeze.
Nothing here.
Snake had found Emma. Emma looked up without rising from her crouched position. "You're late." She had a sullen look on her face, but she didn't appear to be hurt. "Sorry, it took me a while to find the control key." Emma stuck out her tongue at Snake's sarcasm. "Oh, that. You have to admit it did buy us some time, didn't it?" She showed no sign of remorse. Just as Otacon had guessed, Emma had indeed lied to the terrorists. What in the world made you do a thing like that? If you'd made one false move. Hey, I just didn't want them to get away with it, that's all. And I believed in you. Believed what? That you'd come and rescue me, of course. Snake shook his head. That's not the point. The point is, you shouldn't be putting yourself in so much danger. I know. But listen, you're never gonna believe this. I found out what the terrorists are looking for. What is it? Drugs. Emma related a story she'd heard from one of the guards while she was being held captive. The armed group that had taken over Big Shell belonged to a Russian crime syndicate. With the collaboration of a number of employees in the facility, the syndicate was using Big Shell as a waypoint in their drug smuggle operations. At night they'd sneak the drugs from smuggling ships out at sea into the Big Shell using small boats. Then they'd ship the drugs in with the outgoing cargo from Big Shell and get them into the country that way. Security in the harbor had been getting tighter in recent years, and this was a convenient and effective way of getting the goods through without being exposed. 1 month earlier, they'd brought in a 600 kilogram shipment of drugs with a street value of over $7 million. The following day, 2 of the employees who were working with the syndicate were killed in 2 consecutive accidents. The syndicate immediately sent one of their men in to investigate, but he too was killed in an accident shortly after arriving. The leaders of the syndicate decided that these incidents were the word of a rival syndicate that had been competing with them in the drug trade and that were now trying to seize their shipment. They'd sent in their troops in to recover the drugs, leading to the current situation. So the ghost of Big Shelly's. A mischievous grin spread across Emma's face. Exactly. It's not a ghost at all. It's just a plain old hitman who's been sent by the rival syndicate to steal the drugs. And you told them that I'm the hitman. Well, yeah, but what's done is done. Right? No use arguing about it. Snake decided not to pursue the matter any further. He changed the subject. So where could they be hiding such a huge amount of drugs in Big Shell? I have no clue. I didn't have any idea what was going on. I'm still having trouble believing it even now. Snake too was puzzled. How could it be possible for a few employees to keep hundreds of kilograms of drugs hidden in Big Shell without the others finding out? He couldn't afford to waste any more time thinking about it, though. The hostages' lives were still in danger. The hostages are still in the shelter core, aren't they? Yeah. Emma tried to get up and stumbled. She slowly staggered to her feet. "Are you alright?" Snake asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, the zero terrorists injected me with something. They said it was to keep me from running away again. I think it was some kind of tranquilizer. Now my feet feel like they weigh about a ton each." Emma started to lose her balance again. Snake caught her as she fell. Even in her incapacitated state, she'd managed to extract information from the enemy and never lost sight of her purpose for being there. This girl was 1. Full of surprises. In that respect, at least, she resembled her stepbrother. "That's enough. You'd better go hide somewhere." "No way. I'm coming with you." "But, please, take me with you." Emma's eyes leveled with Snake's. "You've saved my life twice now. I want to return the favor if I can. I know I'll come in handy somehow. Please." 2. Snake gave in at last. To get to the Shell 1 core, he'd have to cross the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge from Strut D. The two set out for Strut D. Mission resumes.
Nothing here. Nothing here. Freeze.
Snake and Emma arrived at Strutty. Emma's eyes were drawn to a nearby conveyor belt. "I've got it," she exclaimed. "Got what?" "I know where they hid the drugs." Emma went over to the node and immediately began punching in commands. "How do you?" "Just wait and see." A second later, the conveyor belt spat out a crate. Emma opened it. It was packed rightly with plastic bags full of white powder. The syndicate guys knew that no matter how good the hiding spot, someone was sure to find the drugs if they hid them in just one place, said Emma as they watched more and more crates arrive via the conveyor belt. So they hid the drugs in these crates and set them up so they'd just go around and around Big Shell without actually coming out anywhere. Snake couldn't help but admire the girl's brilliance. He watched as Emma took out her PDA and connected it to the node. "Now what are you doing?" he said. "HMM. I think I might have found something interesting here. This must be." Just then, a figure emerged from behind the conveyor belt. It was one of the terrorists. As soon as he spotted Snake and Emma standing there, he ran away. Snake moved to pursue the escaping terrorist, but Emma grabbed his hand. "Wait. Let go. He's going to go call his friends." "I know that. Just wait one more minute." Emma began to punch commands into the node with incredible speed. "What the hell are you up to now? If we run now, they'll just come after us." So, within seconds, Snake could hear the sounds of a crowd beginning to gather outside the door. Footsteps, voices barking orders, rifles being cocked. They'd come crashing into the room any minute now. Emma, however, remained glued to the screen of the node. "Emma!" yelled Snake. She finally detached herself from the node. "There, that should do it." "Okay, then, let's get going." The door burst open. Mission resumes. Somehow, the two managed to escape from Strutty onto the deconnecting bridge. Snake turned back towards Strutty, keeping an eye on their rear. The terrorists would be coming after them any moment now. He slapped a new cartridge into the chamber of his gun and shouted at Emma, urging her to move quickly towards Strutty. She responded with a nonchalant look. "There's no need to be in such a hurry, you know," she said. They waited a while, but the door to Strutty remained shut. From the other side, they could hear a tumult as the soldiers bashed in vain against the tightly sealed door. Snake turned to Emma. "What did you do?" "Oh, I programmed the node to seal off all the doors to Strutty once we were out safely. Those guys aren't going anywhere." Emma looked extremely proud of herself. It seemed she'd picked up a thing or two from her experience with Snake in Strut C. They entered Strut D. Snake looked around for signs of the enemy, but there was no one in sight. The terrorists must have sent the bulk of their forces to Strut E. If that were true, then the rest of the Struts would be nearly deserted. Rescuing the hostages would be a breeze. Snake and Emma passed through Strut D and emerged onto the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge. Here too, the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Emma smiled her characteristic smile. "See, no problems at all. Didn't I say I'd come in handy? I have to admit, you were pretty good back there," Snake said with a nod. He recalled the way Emma had connected to the node using her PDA. "By the way, weren't you downloading something back there?" "Yeah. Was it that obvious?" Emma took out her PDA. "When I was activating the conveyor belt, I found a suspicious looking hidden file next to the conveyor belt control file. I decided to download it, and this is what I found." The screen of her PDA displayed the file. It appeared to be some kind of note from one of the 2 employees who'd been killed in the accidents, the same ones who were helping the syndicate smuggle drugs into the Big Shell. In it, he explained that he was only cooperating with the Russians because his wife and child were being held hostage. But last year, he found out that they'd already been killed while trying to escape. He fell into a deep despair, and at one point he even thought of killing himself. But then he had a vision. It was still too early for him to die. No, he had to get his revenge on the syndicate first. Indeed, he'd make them pay in blood for what they did to his wife and child. Over the course of the next year, he devised an ingenious plan. He'd make it look like he was killed by a rival syndicate that was trying to steal the drugs. This would start a war between the 2 syndicates that would end up destroying both. First, he faked his own disappearance. Shortly afterward, he used a crane to crush the man the syndicate has sent to watch him. When the Mafia sent a man to investigate both incidents, he threw him into the ocean. Just as he'd expected, a war erupted between the 2 rival syndicates. With everything in place, he could finally rest in peace. He said he was going to join his wife and child. Finally, he implored the person reading the memo to say a prayer for his departed wife and child. The file ended there. It was dated 3 days ago. Snake looked up from the PDA. "I guess this means the ghost of Big Shell is dead." Emma was unable to hide her shock. I guess so. Actually, I downloaded one more file. Snake's ears picked up a faint sound of something flying through the air. Instantly, he grabbed Emma and held her tight. There was an explosion. The force of the blast knocked Snake and Emma off their feet. What was that? Emma groaned in Snake's arms. A thunderous gale of wind beat against their cheeks. Hovering over the bridge. Beyond the wavering heat from the blast was the Harrier. "Oh yeah, I guess there was something that could get out of Strutty," Emma muttered, a look of blank amazement on her face. The Harrier strafed the bridge with waves of machine gun fire. Snake and Emma fled back to the entrance to Strut D. "Now what do we do?" "I guess we'll just have to kill it." "How?" "I'll think of something." "Are you serious?" Emma began to protest, but before she could finish, Snake thrust her through the door of Strut D. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Stay there. No matter what happens, don't come out here. But just listen to me for one, okay?" Snake smiled at her. "I already promised someone I'd bring you back with me." While the door slammed shut, Snake heard the sound of a helicopter approaching. It was Otacon in his Kasatka. "Snake, use this." Otacon tossed down a box from the cockpit. "Stinger missiles. With these." It became somewhat of an even fight. Snake turned and prepared to face the Harrier in battle. Mission resumes.
Tougher than I thought! Damn! Watch where you point that
I'll let you go out in style!
Watch where you point that thing!
Take this! Damn! What the? Whoa! Damn! What the?
The Harrier lost control and crashed into the bottom of Shell 1. As Snake watched it plummet to the earth, the daughter strut opened. Emma peeked out cautiously. She looked as if she'd been crying. It's over. What took you so long? Sorry. Are you okay? You're not hurt or anything? I'm fine. Really? Snake and Emma freed the Big Shell employees who had been taken hostage and used the Big Shell's radio to contact the police. The cops would no doubt be arriving soon. The terrorists were still trapped in Strut E. Snake and Emma decided to go to the heliport on Strut 1 to wait for reinforcement to arrive. By the way, Emma, weren't you saying something about a second file earlier? Oh, right. I managed to dig up the personal folders of the guys who were working with the syndicate. This first guy who died, the guy who wrote the memo, had a password encrypted file in his folder. I downloaded it, and Emma pulled something up on her PDA. Huh. Emma tilted her head to one side. What's wrong? It's not coming up. The memory Ike that was storing the file had been shot and damaged. She tried to download the file onto another Ike, but it was no use. The server that the file was on had been damaged, she said. The data room and the Shell 1 core must have been hit by the shock of the Harrier's crash. Snake heard the sound of a helicopter approaching. Emma gazed up at the sky. Is that the police? The Kasatka came into view. Upon seeing its dark shadow, Emma tilted her head to one side, puzzled. That's not the police. Who is that? Snake looked up at the Kasatka. That's my ride. Ottokan's face peered out of the cockpit. Snake could detect fear and apprehension in his eyes, but there was something else as well, a kind of grim determination. And I think he's got room for you, too. Me. You'll understand soon enough. The Kasatka began to descend. The wind from its rotors bare fiercely upon their faces. Emma brushed her hair back from her cheeks. As the helicopter drew closer, Emma recognized the figure in the pilot's seat. She gasped. Her eyes remained frozen. She stood perfectly still, as if rooted in place. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. The Kasatka touched down at last. Without even waiting for the rotors to stop spinning, Emma rushed to meet her long-lost brother. Mission ends. The wind howled as the rain beat down in torrential sheets upon the churning, undulating surface of the river. A single, lonely rubber boat, painted jet black, was being tossed back and forth upon the waves like the plaything of some capricious river god. Snake lifted his face to peer over the edge of the boat. Over the din of the storm, he could hear the sound of helicopters. At length, he saw 3 black choppers approach the tanker in front of him. "Am I late?" muttered Snake to himself. 3 days earlier, Campbell had visited Snake at his home in Alaska. Unlike Snake, who had gone back into retirement after the Shadow Moses incident, Campbell had gotten himself a position at the Defense Intelligence Agency. Snake had known right away that Campbell wasn't there to rekindle old ties with his former comrade. After making some brief small talk, Campbell had jumped straight to the point. "Do you remember a man by the name of Sergei Gerlukovich?" Snake nodded. A former GRU colonel, Gerlukovich was known as a ruthless cold-blooded strategist. During the Cold War, when Campbell was the commander of Foxhound, Gerlukovich had humiliated him on numerous occasions. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he had organized a group of former Red Army soldiers into his own personal mercenary army. Since then, Gerlukovich and his troops had drifted from one war zone to the next, selling their services to the highest bidder. We received a report that Gerlukovich and his men attacked a group of Marines who were on a secret mission in the South American Republic of Eldora. The Marines are being tight-lipped about it. As usual, they'd rather keep a lid on the whole affair. But from what we've been able to tell, it sounds like Metal Gear is involved. Metal Gear? Snake growled. He'd heard the rumors too. Following the Shadow Moses incident, the technical specs for Metal Gear had been leaked onto the black market. As a result, bastardized versions of Metal Gear were starting to crop up all over the world. Eldora was a small country in South America that happened to be engaged in a civil war. Since the 1980s, the country had been under the control of a pro-American dictatorial regime. But as the Cold War drew to a close and American influence in the region declined, the country's minority ethnic population had taken up arms against the government, calling for the establishment of a separate homeland. The country had been torn apart by the Civil War ever since. Mercenaries and arms merchants were constantly coming and going in and out of Eldora. Given those circumstances, Campbell had figured it wouldn't be too surprising if one side or the other had managed to get their hands on a new type of Metal Gear. It seemed that some people still clung to the belief that the threat of nuclear war could bring stability to the region. And the Marines were there to try and destroy it? Asked Snake. No. It looks as if they were trying to seize it for themselves. There's still a lot we don't know about the true nature of the new Metal Gear. This would have been a good chance to pick up a lot of valuable information. In other words, Eldora had managed to get itself a new type of Metal Gear, the Marines were plotting to seize it, and Gerlukovich was planning to steal it from the Marines. And now Campbell was proposing to go after Gerlukovich. Snake shook his head. Sorry, but you'll have to find someone else to do your dirty work this time. I'm out of the zero hero business. Snake. Times are changing, Colonel. I think it's about time you gave it a rest. You mean retire from the military? No, I mean time to stop this damn vendetta of yours against Gerlukovich. The look of fury on Campbell's face confirmed Snake's suspicions. Campbell still hated Gerlukovich with a passion. It was an old grudge left over from the Cold War. The passage of time had done nothing to diminish it. Rather, it had grown in intensity. Is that why you joined the DA? To settle old scores? Yes, you're right. But I didn't come all the way here to ask for your help just for the sake of a personal grudge. Campbell's hands clenched into fists. The truth is, Merrill was part of that mission. The rubber boat drew up alongside the tanker. Snake gripped the rope tightly. Merrill Silverberg, Campbell's niece, the woman who had risked her life alongside Snake on Shadow Moses. At one time they'd been living together. Then, 6 months earlier, Merrill had left him. She said there was something important she had to take care of. Her voice was resolute. Her eyes were clear and cold as steel. There was nothing Snake could do to stop her. Snake climbed the rope up the outer hull of the tanker and emerged onto the aft deck. Nearby, he could see a number of soldiers standing guard. They appeared to be Russian mercenaries. He called Campbell on the codec. "This is Snake. I've managed to infiltrate the tanker. It looks like our Russian friends have already taken control of the ship. I'll try to get in touch with Merrill somehow." Mission resumes.
Freeze.
Who is that? I got send reinforcements. I got him. Send reinforcements. Who's there?
Freeze.
I'm under enemy fire! Secure the perimeter!
Freeze. Freeze. Freeze.
No!
Return to your positions. Stay sharp.
I'm under attack!
Who is that?
It's the
Freeze.
enemy! I need help!
Stop him at all costs.
Who's there? Send around some reinforcements. There may be someone else here.
Understood. Team leader 16. For to secure the poolside staircase on deck B. Cut off the enemy's retreat.
Meryl lowered her gun. "What are you doing here?" "I just wanted to see you," answered Snake. "You think you're funny?" "Actually, I was only half joking. My uncle sent you, didn't he?" Snake nodded. He explained that Campbell had gotten word of Gerlukovich's attack. "You've got a lot of nerve coming." "Here." Meryl snapped. "Look who's talking." Snake shot back. "What? Sneaking into another country under the guise of a military operation when all you're really after is the Metal Gear? Who's got a lot of nerve coming here?" His voice took on a condemnatory tone. "Is this that something important that you had to take care of? You wouldn't understand." Meryl turned away. "Someone like you, who could happily spend the rest of his life taking care of sled dogs day after day, could never understand. I was only trying to live my life free of hatred. No, you just didn't want to face up to reality, that's all. Society, your past, even me. Is that why you left?" "No, that's not it. But the look in Meryl's eyes told Snake that it might well have been. A deep silence fell between them. 6 months of separation had created a cold, empty gap that was difficult to fill. At last, Meryl broke the silence. "My father, he died here, in this country," she murmured. Matt Campbell, Meryl's father and Campbell's younger brother, had been a dire agent. Snake had heard that. He disappeared during a mission when Meryl was very young. "I wanted to see for myself what my father saw." Meryl's eyes drifted over to the window, but the only sight was that of the storm raging outside. She suddenly turned back to Snake and held him firmly in her gaze. "Snake, please just get out of here. This is my battlefield. I don't need anyone from the outside to get involved in this. It's a little too late for that. I'm already involved. Nothing can change your mind." "Nothing," Snake said firmly. Meryl sighed in exasperation. Snake pretended not to notice. "Now tell me what our situation is. This mission was supposed to be top secret, right? So how did Gerlukovich find out about it? That's what I'd like to know, too. You think there's a leak? I doubt it. But seeing as how you know all about it, then I suppose anyone might know about it." Snake thought for a minute. Meryl was right, anyone might know. But whatever the case might be, they had to stop Gerlukovich from getting his hands on the Metal Gear. "Where's the Metal Gear?" "In the cargo hold." "Alright. I'll go check it out." "You." Meryl cut him off. "I'm not about to take orders from you. We'll split up and go our own separate ways. If you're planning on heading for the cargo hold, then you'll need me to do something about the boxes that are blocking the first deck stairway." Before Snake could stop her, Meryl had left the bridge. Mission resumes.
There's somebody there. Who is that? Who's there? Enemy sight. Requesting backup unit.
Freeze.
It's the enemy. I need help. What happened?
What's going on? Respond. We've lost contact with the engine room. Check it out.
I hit him. I need some backup here.
Check it out. All the
An intruder!
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. All units exercise extreme caution.
What was that just now?
Freeze.
Return to your positions. Stay sharp. Acknowledged. Assault team, check it out. All other units remain in your positions.
In the pitch darkness of the corridor, something moved in front of Snake's line of vision. Reacting quickly, Snake dove into the shadow of a nearby crate. There was a flash of light. Snake heard the sound of a gunshot. A bullet whizzed past his head, igniting sparks as it ricocheted off the wall behind him. It was a trap. No time to think about the particulars, though. There were at least 5 enemy soldiers up against him. He could hear the sound of guns being readied. Snake drew his USP. Mission resumes. Snake peered down the corridor. No hail of bullets came to greet him this time. The coast was clear. He pressed forward, past the bodies of the fallen enemy soldiers, and entered the cargo hold. The cargo hold was dominated by a massive shape covered by a tarp. There was no mistaking it. It was a Metal Gear, the ultimate weapon of the 21st century. Sensing the place to be deserted, Snake approached the Metal Gear. Its immense shadow loomed over him. He peeked under the tarp. But what he found was nothing more than a decrepit shell. The armor plating was speckled with rust. The body was covered with a thick layer of dust. The old, badly outdated actuator was a crisscross roadmap of tiny cracks. It looked as if it hadn't been used in over 10 years. Do not look so disgusted. A voice suddenly sounded behind Snake's back. What you see before you is a magnificent legacy of hatred left to me by my distinguished predecessor. You really should treat it with more respect. Snake turned around in time to see Sergei Gerlukovich emerge from the shadow of a pillar. Drop your weapon, said Gerlukovich. Make me, Snake retorted. Gerlukovich dragged another figure out from behind the pillar. It was Meryl. He drew her closer and jabbed his gun against her throat. Snake watched as the barrel slowly traced the contours of her slender white neck and brushed gently against the corner of her mouth. He threw down his gun. A wise choice, said Gerlukovich. Alright, Gerlukovich. Let her go. Meryl shook off Gerlukovich's grasp. Gerlukovich pointed his gun at Snake. He regarded Meryl with a leer. Suddenly, Snake realized what was going on. Meryl was working with Gerlukovich. Meaning? So you were the leak? Meryl was silent, confirming Snake's fears. But why? What if I told you that it was my father's dying wish? Meryl looked pleadingly at Snake. I'll ask you one more time. Please, leave this place. I can't do that. Gerlukovich cocked the hammer of his gun. Then I'll just have to get rid of you. He pulled the trigger. No. Meryl grabbed Gerlukovich's hand from the side. The bullet went astray, striking the ground between Snake's feet. We had a deal. You promised you wouldn't kill him. As the two continued to argue, Snake retrieved his USP and made his escape. As he ran, he heard the sound of Gerlukovich shouting angrily at his men. Kill him. Snake heard Merrill trying to stop him, but he didn't turn back. His only thought was to escape as quickly as possible. Mission resumes. Snake closed the watertight door behind him and turned the handle to lock it. That should buy me some time, he thought. In the meantime, there was something he had to check on. He called Campbell on the codec and described what had happened. Merrill and Gerlukovic. Campbell's voice quivered. Merrill said something about her father's dying wish. What the hell was your brother doing in this country, anyway? Campbell explained. During the Cold War, while the country was under the control of a pro-American dictator, the American military had been conducting a top-secret project in Eldora. Matt Campbell had been a member of that project. When the Cold War ended, the project was terminated as well, and the Americans had prepared to withdraw from the country. Matt, however, went to war. Shortly afterward, the pro-American regime, having lost its backing, was faced with armed uprisings among the country's minority groups. Eldora was plunged into civil war. Matt's corpse was discovered later. Spetsnaz had been behind the uprising, and the name of their commander was Sergei Gerlukovic. Some say that Matt was actually collaborating with Gerlukovic, but I don't believe it for a minute. Campbell's words made it sound as if he believed that Gerlukovic himself had killed Matt. Is that why you've been so obsessed with Gerlukovic for all this time? Asked Snake. Yes, admitted Campbell. He hated Gerlukovic. Hatred spawned hatred in kind. Were you involved in the project, too? No. There's a rule against that. We are forbidden to take part in an operation involving family members. They say it compromises your judgment. Is that all? I guess Matt wanted to put some distance between us at the time. Campbell's voice was tinged with regret, but he ventured no explanation as to the reason behind his brother's actions. The antique Metal Gear you saw is the end result of that project. That's all I know. The whole thing is highly confidential. Even now, the records are all sealed. I believe it, thought Snake to himself. After all, it was only natural for people to try and forget horrible things that happened in the past. Governments were no exception. But some people held on to these kinds of memories. Some people never forgot their hate. Like Gerlukovic and Campbell. Snake, we can't let Gerlukovic and his men escape with that Metal Gear, said Campbell. It could still be armed with live nuclear warheads. They're probably planning to test the Metal Gear's capabilities somewhere out at sea. You've got to change the course of the ship. Head for the bridge. Snake had no objections. Mission resumes.
help here.
Other units remain in your positions. Return to your positions. Increase security. All units exercise extreme caution.
I hit him.
Check it out. All other units remain in your positions. Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. All units exercise extreme caution. Return to your positions. Stay sharp.
Freeze.
More!
Freeze.
More!
Freeze.
Snake made his way to the ship's bridge. Outside the window, beyond the storm, he could see the figure of Meryl. He opened the watertight door and stepped into the navigation room. Meryl turned around. "You're late. Were you waiting for me? There's no one to interrupt us here. I need to tell you something." "You mean like the reason why you're helping the man who killed your father? Is that what my uncle told you?" Snake nodded. Meryl shook her head. "He was lying." Meryl explained. Matt Campbell's part in the top secret Metal Gear development project in Eldora had been to ensure the country's stability. Part of his job was feeding falsified information to the minority separatist guerrillas, and he was good at it. First he'd pick a suitable candidate. Next, he'd find his target's weak point and use it to blackmail him. Then he'd dangle a carrot in front of the victim's eyes and convince him to cooperate. Matt would then send his now willing accomplice into the ranks of the separatists. Once there, the spy provided the Americans with useful information, selling out his comrades in the process. But in carrying out his mission, Matt made one fatal error. In his dealings with the separatists, he came to sympathize with their cause. He became enchanted with the idea of independence. He grew to resent the US for the way it exploited smaller, weaker nations for its own gain. In the end, Matt decided to help the guerrillas create their own nation. He wanted to give them the trump card they needed to secure their independence. And what better gift than a bipedal, nuclear-capable walking tank that was conveniently being developed in Eldora, albeit secretly and quite illegally, by the American military? Sergei Gerlukovich, who was also supporting the guerrillas, agreed to cooperate. Matt's plan was executed. The guerrillas succeeded in stealing the Metal Gear from the American base. But then their plan was discovered. Matt was executed by the Americans. Merrill's father had been punished for the crime of believing in his own ideals. The price of having a conscience was high in those troubled times. In the tumult of the Civil War that followed, the Metal Gear disappeared without a trace. However, 6 months ago, its existence was reconfirmed, and the Marines had been sent to recover their long-lost dirty secret. After hearing the true story from Gerlukovich, Merrill agreed to follow his instructions and infiltrate the Marines. Her intent was to transfer the Metal Gear over to the guerrillas through Gerlukovich, who was still providing support to the rebels. In this way, she could carry on her father's memory and the ideals for which he died. Is that what Gerlukovich told you? Asked Snake. Merrill nodded. Snake shook his head. Didn't it ever occur to you that he might be lying? Merrill looked at Snake with sorrow in her eyes. You're not going to let me get away, are you? So what are you going to do? Merrill drew her gun and pointed it at Snake. You're not going to shoot me, said Snake. She released the safety with her thumb. Watch me. Mission resumes. Snake watched as Merrill crumpled to the ground. He rushed to her side and cradled her in his arms. Fortunately, she'd only been temporarily knocked out. He clasped her tightly to his chest. Do not trouble yourself over it, said a voice behind Snake's back. It was Gerlukovich. He held a pistol in his hand. Why were you using Merrill? Snake demanded, fighting to control his anger. Using her? I merely told her what she wanted to know. I don't think so. A slight smile crossed Gerlukovich's face. It was the smile of master strategist, a smile that told of lies, manipulation, and betrayal. Perhaps I did embellish the truth a bit. After all, people will believe what they want to believe. Is this your idea of revenge on the Colonel? Of course. He deserves to suffer. I will make him squirm in agony until his pain is as great as the suffering of all of the men that I have had to bury, and all of the widows and orphans they left behind. Gerlukovich hated Campbell. Campbell hated Gerlukovich. Hatred spawned hatred in kind. That is why I chose her. is she not? The most important person in Campbell's life. This I heard from Matt as he lay dying. So it was you that killed Matt? Gerlukovich's eyes darkened for an instant. I see my reputation precedes me. I simply gave him that which he desired. He was only waiting for someone to kill him. This is the kind of man he was. For a moment, it almost looked as if Gerlukovich were truly grieving the loss of an old friend. Perhaps his grief was real. But the look soon passed. I will not hand the Metal Gear over to the Eldaran guerrillas. My men and I have other plans for it. The machine itself may be a wreck, but all we really need to do is recover the nuclear warheads and the launching system. A nuclear-equipped ballistic missile is still a precious commodity, even in this day and age. Snake gritted his teeth. Gerlukovich laughed. Do not be so angry with me. This is Matt Campbell's dying wish. This was his intention from the beginning. What do you mean? If you do not believe me, then ask him yourself. Gerlukovich aimed his gun at Snake. In hell, the sound of a gunshot ripped through the air. Gerlukovich fell to the ground. The shot had come from Meryl. Meryl staggered painfully to her feet and turned her back to Snake. The rain beat down upon her ragged frame. Meryl, please, just don't say anything. Her shoulders were trembling. Snake wondered if she was crying. The tanker and the Metal Gear it was carrying were recovered by the US forces. Meryl, meanwhile, found herself the subject of military inquiry. Several days later, Snake ran into Campbell while visiting Meryl at the detention center. According to Campbell, the military had conducted a full investigation on the recovered Metal Gear. It was judged to be a complete failure, little more than zero scrap metal. The nuclear warheads too were nothing but cheap imitations. Whether or not Matt had been aware of this was unclear. There were no records left. And, Campbell added, it was his fault that Matt had betrayed his country. What? Snake exclaimed. Matt hated me. And not just me either. He hated his wife, too, and Meryl. 1. What are you trying to say? Meryl is my daughter. Snake was thunderstruck. He started at Campbell in utter disbelief. So, you and your brother's wife? Campbell nodded. I knew what I did was unforgivable. But I thought she. He hung his head. Did Matt know about it? He sensed that something was up. That's why he went to Eldaran. Oh, get away from us. And that's where Gerlukovich found him. The first rule of intelligence gathering is to find your opponent's weak point. Dig up the ghosts of his past. Rub salt into his old wounds. Then pretend to sympathize. Gain his trust. Steal his heart. Then he would be yours to control. In Matt, Gerlukovich had found the perfect target. Does Meryl know about this? No. But I was about to tell her. With that, Campbell turned and started walking towards the visiting room. As Snake watched him recede into the distance, he thought to himself, it would take time for Meryl to accept the truth about what had happened. He wasn't even sure whether or not she'd ever acknowledge Campbell as her father. But it would be enough for Snake if, one day, the two could smile at each other once again. There wasn't any room in the world for more hatred. Mission ends. Big Shell, off the coast of New York. The offshore decontamination facility was selected as the setting for a top secret joint exercise between the Navy SEALs and Dead Cell due to its complex structure and isolated environment. During the exercise, Dead Cell and a team under their command portrayed terrorists, while the SEAL team acted to suppress them. Dead Cell was a specialized naval combat team feared for their brutality. Their main function was anti-terrorist training, launching unannounced assaults on important government installations to determine their level of security. Although famous for the ferocity of their attacks, there was another reason for their reputation. It was rumored that their anti-terrorist training was cover for their true mission, operating above the law to undermine threats to American national interests. Whether inside the country or out, whenever anti-American sentiment was suspiciously crushed, or leaders died unnatural deaths, military insiders inevitably associated Dead Cell's name with the act. The rumors were never confirmed. However, that the name of Dead Cell had become equated with death, disaster, and calamity was undeniable. Until 1 year ago. 1 year ago, Dead Cell Commander Colonel Jackson was arrested on charges of graft and corruption. From that point on, the overzealous tactics during attacks, the shady pasts of the team members, and their combined inhumanity made Dead Cell's name synonymous with military corruption and dishonor. Even their very fighting ability had come under question. This exercise marked their first official assignment in some time, but only Dead Cell leader Vamp was granted permission to participate. The joint exercises were drawing to a close. I was guarding my assigned area in Strut F immediately after receiving a report that half of the terrorists had been subdued. A codec transmission signifying an emergency situation came through my codec. Come in, anyone. This is Alpha Team. We are under attack. This is Pliskin. What happened? I replied. Dead Cell, it's Vamp. He double-crossed. The team is almost by him. I could hear screams and the sound of gunfire in the background. What is your location? I asked. Strut B. I heard a scream, and the line went dead. I immediately punched in a different frequency. A low voice answered. This is Dolph. Is this Snake? It was Marine Commander Scott Dolph. He was in Big Shell as part of the exercise. I explained the situation to Dolph. He answered through a burst of noise. Looks like things just started on my end too. What's the status? There was an explosion in the shelter core. B1's almost totally flooded. Is this what you were worried about? 3 days ago, I accepted a request from Dolph to join the exercise. Dolph was worried something might happen, and he asked me to put a stop to it if it did. But he didn't say why. All he told me was, I'm counting on you. Dolph and Dead Cell were connected. Dolph's daughter Helena was Jackson's wife. When Jackson was arrested, Dolph was the only one who defended Dead Cell and Jackson. As a result, he risked his own position. Dolph seemed to be worried about something concerning Dead Cell. I accepted without any questions. I owed Dolph. Dolph created a fake identity for me. And here I was, along for the exercise as Lieutenant Junior Grade Pliskin. I then asked him, what is Vamp up to? I have no idea, Dolph said in a deeply troubled voice. Snake, we must figure out what's happening. We are trapped in the north part of filter chamber number 2 by debris and flooding. Looks like it'll take us some time to get out of here. I want you to rescue the SEALs. Head over to Strut B. Roger that. Be careful. You aren't carrying live ammunition, are you? Dolph was right. I was equipped for exercise and didn't have any live rounds. No. But I'll be okay, I replied. Mission resumes.
Nothing here.
It's the enemy! I need help!
What's going on? Respond. Communications with the first floor Strut A have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
There's somebody there.
It's the enemy! I need help!
What's going on? Respond. Communications with the AB connecting bridge have...
I was greeted at Strut B by the sight of a total massacre. The bodies of dead SEALs littered the entire area. Everything had been torn apart and splattered with blood. I heard a moan coming from a body in a pool of blood. Hold on. I ran over and lifted the soldier in my arms. He was still breathing, but his wound was deep, reaching his internal organs. It was clear that he wouldn't make it. He looked at me with unfocused eyes. It was Vamp. He called it a lynching, revenge for those who backstabbed Jackson. He called the bribery charge a sham. You'd better not talk now, I said, trying to quiet him. But he kept on talking. Vamp's going after Captain O'Brien. But that's nonsense. There's no way. The captain's involved. He's just not like that. Naval Captain O'Brien, multiply-decorated in the Persian Gulf, Europe, and Africa, was commander-in-chief for the entire exercise. The mass media praised the captain as a competent and noble-minded military man who is well liked by his fellow soldiers. He grabbed my chest. His grip was surprisingly strong for a man on his deeft. The captain is on the first floor of the shelter core. Save the captain, please. His body lost its strength. I closed his eyes. That was all I could do for him. I contacted Dolph, telling him what I'd just heard. I see, mumbled Dolph. His voice didn't sound surprised at all. In fact, he sounded like he just confirmed some bad news. Did you know about this? I asked. He became quiet, answering hesitantly. There've been a lot of cases involving murdered government employees and servicemen lately. Rumor has it Vamp is behind it all. Is Jackson really innocent? I don't know for sure, but perhaps. He was a real proud soldier. He was not the corrupt kind. You think O'Brien backstabbed Jackson? No, I don't think so. I know his reputation. How can you be so sure? It was O'Brien who planned this training. If he was involved in Jackson's case, there's no way he would involve Vamp. That's only if O'Brien knew of the rumors of the lynching, right? He knew. Are you sure? Oh yeah. I heard of the rumors from O'Brien. You and O'Brien talked about the rumors? I was a bit surprised. O'Brien and Dolph, political Navy captain and head of the Marines. They didn't seem like a likely pair of friends. Dolph answered as if he knew of my doubts. O'Brien and I didn't always get along because of our positions. I don't think he liked me either. But I don't think he hated me so much that he wouldn't give me advice that would save my life. What do you mean? O'Brien came to warn me that I was Vamp's next target. I then knew the true person Dolph had participated in this exercise. So you tried to rid Dead Cell of its infamous rumors by revealing yourself to Vamp. Correct. If nothing happened to me during this exercise, I could prove that the rumors were false. You do trust Vamp? Dolph scoffed. I wouldn't go that far. If I trusted him completely, I wouldn't have called you. I'm a coward. Zero. I said to him that trusting something or someone isn't that easy. Dolph did not respond. I then asked him, but then it's not you, but O'Brien that Vamp's after? Yeah. Either O'Brien's information was wrong or Vamp's wrong. It seemed Dolph was confused too. The only thing that's certain is that Vamp is trying to kill O'Brien. Snake, you've got to stop Vamp. Got it. I considered the structure of Big Shell again. I'd need to use the Shell 1, 2 connecting bridge from Strut D to get to Shell 2, where Vamp should be heading. That meant I'd have to head for Strut D first. Mission resumes.
There's somebody there.
Freeze.
There's somebody there.
It's the enemy.
What's going on? Respond. Communications with Strut C have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
There's somebody there.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Dolph contacted me as I arrived at Strut D. He had apparently managed to get a hold of O'Brien. O'Brien had sealed off the door to the Shell 1, 2 connecting bridge from Strut D to prevent Vamp from getting through. He'd also reorganized the remaining SEALs to defend Strut G. Dolph said, "Snake, join the SEALs. Vamp is the enemy. Those men might be SEALs, but I doubt they can stop him on their own. But how can I get to Shell 2? The Shell 1, 2 connecting bridges closed off. There is another way. Go across the oil fence in the lower part of Big Shell. Use the ladder on B1 of Strut E to get down to the oil fence. You should be able to get to Strut L of Shell 2 by crossing it. Vamp must have already left for Shell 2. I needed to hurry. Mission resumes."
Nothing here.
Who's there?
Who's that?
Who is there?
What's going on? Respond. Communications with Strut D have ceased.
Freeze.
Nothing here.
An intruder!
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Dispatching reinforcements to Strat E. Exercise extreme caution.
Nothing here.
I reached the Strutty ladder and climbed down about 40 meters. When I finally made it to the oil fence, I heard the sound of gunfire from above. It was coming from the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge. I could see the SEALs fighting Vamp, but it wasn't a normal fight. It was a one-sided massacre. Vamp ran. The SEALs fired, but the bullets didn't hit him. Vamp threw knives. Some of the men went down. Other SEALs fought back. Vamp wove and dodged. He slit the throats of the SEAL man, slicing their stomachs open and stabbing deep into their hearts. The SEALs went down in a split second. I saw the last man screaming at the totally hurt Vamp. Suddenly, the connecting bridge exploded. It must have been wired up with bombs beforehand. A series of explosions enveloped the connecting bridge in flames, and it began to collapse with a roar. Debris rained on the surface of the sea. I made a run across the oil fence. A huge column of water rose behind my back. Waves churned, throwing the oil fence up with every undulation. I struggled along and finally made it to the lower part of Stratel. As I turned around, my eyes met Vamp's. He had tumbled from the sky and landed on the Shell 2 side. Vamp sneered, licked a knife with his long tongue, and hurled the knife at me. And then he disappeared into the interior of Strat G. I climbed the ladder and made it into Stratel of Shell 2. Vamp had already penetrated Shell 2. O'Brien was in danger. I ran for the shelter core. Mission resumes.
Who's that?
I entered the shelter core. There wasn't any gunfire or any sign of people. The silence made me uneasy. The codec rang. It was Dolph. Snake, what is your location? Right above your head. I just entered the first floor of the shelter core. How's O'Brien? I've lost contact. I clicked my tongue. Were we too late? We still don't know what's happened. For sure, said Dolph. But he didn't sound too sure of himself. O'Brien should be on this floor, right? I asked. That's right. He should be barricaded in the air purification room. He told me he was going to electrify the floor to stop Vamp from getting inside. I looked at the passageway. The floor there was glowing dimly. Looks like the trap's still working. Yeah? But we are up against Vamp. Who knows if it'll help? There was only one way to confirm if O'Brien was dead or alive, going inside. How do I disarm the trap? I asked. Destroying the circuit breaker in the room is probably the only way. You should be able to do it with a remote controlled missile from a duct. You're going to have to find a remote controlled missile first. Mission resumes. As soon as I entered the air purification room, I found O'Brien on the floor, slumped against a wall. Judging by the cut covering O'Brien's body, Vamp had tortured him instead of killing him instantly. O'Brien looked at me, recognizing my uniform. He was covered with blood, but he smiled in relief. I guess we haven't been wiped out yet. I signaled for him to keep quiet and examined the surroundings. O'Brien said, Vamp isn't here anymore. Looks like he left for B1 from the duct. It seemed nobody was in the room, except the dying man and myself. I went up to O'Brien. He was bleeding pretty badly. It looked like he didn't have much time. I tried to treat him, but O'Brien refused. Stop it. I'm not going to make it anyway. I know that. Get out of here now. Call for backup. No, I can't do that. You said he went to B1, right? I said. Dolph was on B1. As O'Brien told Dolph, he might be the next target. But Dolph was Jackson's father-in-law. And besides, he wasn't the kind of person to backstab someone. Something was wrong. While I was turning this over in my head, O'Brien said, don't do it, Lieutenant. You'd better leave. Don't get involved with Vamp. But we can't let him continue his little lynching game, right? Lynching? O'Brien tried to laugh, but he coughed up blood instead. Vamp said you falsely charged Jackson. That's crazy. I didn't do that. Nobody could. What do you mean? The corruption case is airtight. There's plenty of proof. What? O'Brien tried to say something, but only coughed. He coughed up more blood. Then he was quiet for good. I tried to contact Dolph numerous times by codec without any response. I knew Vamp had already left for B1. I had to get to B1 right away. Mission resumes. I got on an elevator. I arrived at B1. B1 was exactly as Dolph had described. The passageway had been closed off by an explosion and flooded from a damaged water purification tank. I swam through the debris to move forward. Dolph had to be to the north. I opened a door and entered the second filtration room. Dead silence. Suddenly I spied someone standing in the darkness. Vamp. He slowly opened his closed eyes. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? That's right. I was waiting for the perfect opponent to commemorate the end of Dead Cell. Endure it. Solid Snake. What are you saying? Vamp, knock it off. No one backstabbed Jackson. His corruption. Vamp spoke calmly. I know. What? Vamp stared at me with sad eyes. Snake, you don't understand anything, and you won't have to. All you need to know is that you'll be gracing Dead Cell's legacy as the final victim. Come on. Mission resumes. I approached Vamp as he lay in a pool of his own blood. Vamp, tell me why you went on with your lynching when you knew it was meaningless? Vamp's mouth twitched. Because it wasn't meaningless. Jackson's arrest had been the final blow to Dead Cell's reputation. They called it a stain on the entire US military, called them a group of disgraced losers. The military had cut Jackson off as a liability. But that wasn't all. The brass tried to bury Dead Cell's previous record of success as well. It was a fate worse than death. We killed more than a few people. We killed civilians, women, children, the elderly. Some were unarmed. Some didn't resist. Some even begged for their lives. But we killed them all. Of course, we didn't kill them for pleasure. It was our mission. Dirty work, those types of missions. Everyone hated them, but they had to be done. So we took them all. A man like O'Brien owes his spotless reputation to the fact that we got our hands dirty, crawled through mud, and woke up screaming from nightmares. Vamp clenched his fist. Are we the lowest of men? Perhaps. But the lowest of soldiers? Definitely not. I won't allow our honor and purity to be stained. That was all we had. But now, this last bit of pride has been denied us as well. That's why I went on this mission. You mean you're lynching? That's right. If I kill people out of revenge, people may start wondering. They may even think that perhaps Colonel Jackson could be innocent. The more I keep on killing, the more the public will have to believe in his innocence. Did you really expect anyone to believe that crap? Of course. The world lives and breathes on what you call crap. Don't you think? Vamp coughed coldly, but his eyes looked empty. His eyes weren't those of someone who had regained what they had lost. They were of those who had lost something instead. Then I realized. But you don't believe it, do you? Even if Dead Cell's reputation is restored, it won't matter for you. Vamp shut his eyes, as if he were in pain. Maybe you're right. Any purity Dead Cell had possessed in its mission had been lost at Vamp's hand. The person in front of me wasn't a proud soldier. He was nothing more than a pathetic terrorist. And he knew it. Perhaps that was the punishment for the lynching. Vamp said, I don't care. At least I can protect someone. Protect? I'd do anything for Colonel Jackson, Helena, their unborn baby, and Scott. You fool. The shout echoed through the air. It was Dolph. He must have heard the battle and found us. Vamp smiled as he saw Dolph. His eyes quickly began to cloud. Dolph came up to Vamp and said, nobody asked you to do what you did. Not Helena, no Jackson, not even me. You knew that, didn't you? Dolph picked up Vamp's hand. Just having you around was good. Enough for me. Vamp died with a smile on his face. 0. Vamp died. A backup SEAL team secured the big shell. Dead Cell was officially dissolved sometime after that. Dolph retired from the military and Jackson died in prison. They said it was due to mental exhaustion. Sometime later, a rumor began making the rounds. It said Jackson had been falsely accused and Dead Cell had been framed. Mission ends. I opened the door. To strut B I went out on the ab connecting bridge. No enemies sighted. Otacon gave me instructions via codec. Listen carefully, Snake. I'll explain again. Our target this time is that mysterious unidentified monster that's got the whole world in an uproar. They call it the Gurlagan. What is he talking about? The only ones in an uproar are Otacon, Mediling, and I bet they're the only ones using that nickname too. That's what I was thinking, anyway. But I didn't say anything. Otacon continued. I think you already know this, but do not hurt the target. Take a picture of it before it has a chance to get away. You've made it this far, so don't do anything stupid. My hands were tied. Ridiculous or not, a mission is a mission. I made up my mind and began walking across the ab connecting bridge. Mission resumes. I stared in stunned silence at the churning whirlpool the sea had become. The surface of the sea was beginning to rise. No question about it, something huge was getting ready to make an appearance. My mysterious ludicrous quest, my so-called monster search mission, looked to be coming to an unexpected conclusion. How did I get involved in this ridiculous mission? It all began 3 days ago. I was testing Otacon's latest invention, the VR system, at Philanthropy's Idiot in New York. Mission resumes.
There's somebody there. Freeze. Huh? Oh.
You're doing.
The world disappeared before my eyes. As my senses returned to my body, I realized that I wasn't actually on a bomb disposal mission on a tanker. I was sitting in the VR training seat. I pulled off the headset and Otacon turned to speak. You were doing just fine. I nodded reluctantly. Otacon asked me with pride, what did you think about the new VR system? Not bad. That's all? Unsatisfied, he cocked his head. I can't believe it, to tell you the truth. I didn't expect it to work so well. I know. The VR system incorporates something called the Copplethorne engine. I just got it the other day. The Copplethorne engine? Hearing the question, Otacon removed his glasses, a smile on his face. The Copplethorne engine is a quantum calculation system that's been getting a lot of attention in certain quarters recently. You know about quantum computing, right? Began Otacon. He went on and on, qubits and tensor products that. For the next 2 hours and 37 minutes, I regretted my stupidity in having asked. In short, it allows the construction of Virtual reality environments containing a hitherto unprecedented amount of information. That information is converted into a signal and conveyed into your brain via the headset, directly synthesizing information for each of your senses while simultaneously cutting off feedback from your actual body. That way, it's possible to realize a virtual reality environment that is completely indistinguishable from the real world, down to lights, sounds, even your sense of smell and touch. He took a breather. I couldn't miss my opportunity. I see. I understand now, I said, trying to get up out of the seat. But Otacon stopped me. Wait a second. Let's try it again. The goal of the next scenario will be to eliminate the enemies and secure an escape path for the hostages on Big Shell. I guess Otacon just couldn't wait to try out his new toy. Reluctantly, I took the seat again. Otacon continued his briefing. Your mission is to eliminate all enemies within a certain period of time. Ready? Here we go. I put the headset back on and closed my eyes. A burst of light flashed through my eyelids. The next moment, I found myself surrounded by a world I could hardly believe was a mere construct. Mission resumes.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Is something wrong?
Quickly! I need some help. There's somebody there.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Freeze! Who's there? What?
What's going on? Respond. Is something wrong?
Who's there? Who's that?
Enemy sight.
What's that?
What's going on? Respond. Is something wrong?
You know what you're doing.
The VR simulation ended. The all too real virtual reality disappeared, and the senses returned to my body. I removed the headset. How was it? Asked Otacon. I told him what I'd noticed during my 2 trials. It's well done, no question. But it feels kind of unnatural, like something's wrong with my senses. Unnatural in what way? It's tough to explain, but I feel like I'm possessing someone else's body. That's because of the pseudo signal filling your brain. Theoretically, it should be possible to replicate the exact same stimuluses from the sensory structures of your physical body. Midway through my discussion with Otacon, the door opened, and in strode Mei-Ling. Hey, check this out. Mei-Ling threw us the tabloid sheet. Brought with her. A newspaper article reads in bold, "A monster at Big Shell." It was an article describing the appearance of some kind of huge creature near Big Shell. The title shouted, "A monster at Big Shell." Completely ridiculous. So what? I said without hesitation. Mediling blinked in surprise. So what? It's a monster, Snake. Otacon hit the table. That's right. It's a monster. That picture has to be fake. It was the most normal opinion in the world, but you wouldn't have known by the way they glared at me. Finally they simply decided to ignore me. It sounds incredible, doesn't it, Mediling? A monster in New York. It's amazing. I agree. It's amazing. Too amazing. So it's a Big Shell. I want to go and see it. Hey, Otacon, I have an idea. How about catching the monster? What do you say? Great idea. Let's get him. It'd be a real boon to biology. No, I take that back. To all of the sciences. That's right. Hey, do you think we could get a lot of customers if we built a monster zoo? Of course. Judging from the dorsal fin, I think this monster must have come from underwater. What do you think? Maybe. What about making stuffed animals or t-shirts? Not bad. But I can't help thinking that it might be a messenger from space, you know? Oh, totally. But we'd better register a trademark first. They excitedly kept on with what seemed to be a totally disjointed conversation. I couldn't believe they were actually considering it, but I had to ask. Hey, I hope you're not serious about catching this thing. Otacon regarded me with utter shock. Wake up, Snake. We are talking about a monster here. Mediling kicked a chair. He's right. This is about a monster. But, Zero. Otacon leaned toward me. A monster of unknown origin has appeared. As a scientist, I can't simply ignore it. Do I have to remind you about Philanthropy's financial situation? We don't even know if we have enough to cover our rent this month. Snapped Mediling, fire in her eyes. But, what do you propose instead of 1. Catching it? Are you just going to quietly let this opportunity slip by? You coward. But, Otacon and Mediling kept up their simultaneous tirade as I hesitated. We've got to do it. We've got to do it. At this point, there was nothing to say except okay. That's the story. And so I came to Big Shell. That was 3 hours ago. Mission resumes. Contacted Otacon via codec as I entered Strut C. What's up, Snake? Found any clues? Asked Otacon. Negative. But I've seen some strange people wandering around. I told Otacon about the soldiers I'd seen on the CD connecting bridge. Otacon replied, I bet they're trying to get Gerlogan, just like we are. I don't think. It has to be. He swore with confidence. Anyway, just move ahead without getting caught. Most of the sightings of Gerlogan have been southwest of Big Shell. Head for the AB connecting bridge. I'd come this far, so there was nothing to do but follow Otacon. I started moving towards the AB connecting bridge. Mission resumes.
Is there somebody there? Who is that?
It's the enemy! I need help!
What's going on? Respond. Communications with Strut B have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup. The situation is normal.
What's going on? Respond. Communications with Strut B have ceased.
Anyway, that's the story. Here I am, forced to hunt down a monster, and it looks as though something's about to appear before my very eyes. At this point, there's nothing to do but get ready. I checked over the camera. I have no idea what I'm about to see, but I'm going to shoot first and ask questions later. Mission resumes. Get out of my way.
$15. Oh, and a quarter. Don't forget the quarter.
Get out of my way, screamed Olga. She wasn't armed. She didn't seem to be making a move to attack. I began talking to her as I holstered my gun. "What are you doing here?" Olga smiled a little. But something about her smile wasn't right. She looked so different. She didn't carry the sense of darkness and tragedy I remembered. In fact, she looked like a totally different woman. "Don't get too friendly. I'm not the me that you know, and I don't know the me that you do know. What are you talking about?" "I'm looking for the key to get back to my universe. And that strange creature is it. It doesn't belong in your universe. Neither do I. We're from a different place. And your universe is in full trouble too, if you just ignore things." I just couldn't wrap my brain around Olga's story. I was lost. Grinding her teeth, Olga looked down to the surface of the sea. "Damn. He's getting away. Listen. Check the VR system. It's allowing you to peek into another universe. That's what's causing all this trouble," shouted Olga as she jumped from the connecting bridge. Wait. I leaned over the railing, but Olga had already disappeared into the sea. Olga's henchmen were jumping into the sea one after the other. I was left on the connecting bridge alone. I couldn't see Gerlogan anymore. A picture you took of Gerlogan is shown on the screen, followed by more text. My photo of Gerlogan sat on the table at the Harrier. "No sign today?" I asked Mailing. "No. Looks like it hasn't shown up today either. It had been a week. No new sightings of Gerlogan. No one knew where he'd show up next. Maybe he'd never show up ever again." I believed Olga. It didn't seem like she was lying, and what's more, the existence of that ridiculous monster was proof in and of itself. There was no way something like that could live in our world, but it might be possible in another. Otacon brought up a theory about parallel universes. As usual, Otacon gave far more of an explanation than necessary. But in a nutshell, the idea was that, rather than a single universe, there were countless universes existing in parallel. That meant that one universe might be exactly the same as mine, except the number of hairs on my head was off by one. In another universe, civilization might have sprung from Paramecia. There could even be a universe full of monsters. Otacon thought these universes were supposed to be mutually exclusive, but for some reason had begun randomly intersecting. That was how the Olga we knew became switched, with an Olga from a parallel universe, and how that monster came to be in ours. And Otacon warned that the phenomenon seemed to be progressing as we spoke. But if his theory was correct, we were in for big trouble. For example, it was possible that in an hour's, I might switch with another version of myself from a different universe. Otacon might have already been switched with a different Otacon. What would happen to us if we switched to a universe, say, where the moon was about to collide with the earth or something? It was simply impossible to predict what might happen next. Fortunately, the moon hadn't smashed into use yet, or at least not in our universe. Of course, that didn't guarantee we'd be safe tomorrow. How's the analysis of the VR system coming? Otacon shook his head. I'm not getting anything at all. Otacon looked sick when he heard Olga had said that the VR system was the root of the problem. He told me that the Copplethorne engine, the heart of the new VR system, was a quantum computational device designed by Dr. Copplethorne, but the principles behind it remained unknown. He opened the housing, a literal black box, and found nothing inside except some mysterious circuits, clattering gears, and what appeared to be some iron spheres. But somehow, it worked. That's probably why it was such a source of excitement for some people. Pseudoscience aficionados had examined the thing, but the only conclusions thus far had centered around the possibility that it made use of components from UFOs or artifacts from a lost civilization. Meaning nobody had figured out what made it tick. And what's more, nobody had ever seen this Dr. Copplethorne himself or herself either. So what was the connection between the mysterious VR system and the collision of the parallel universes? Olga had said that the root of the problem was the VR systems peeking into other universes. But Mei Ling had her own theory. The Copplethorne engine-based VR system wasn't simply constructing a virtual reality through its calculations, but managed to get around the wall separating the parallel universes, peering into parallel realities that satisfied certain requirements, and incorporating that information into the VR system's virtual reality construct. Perhaps that observation and zero interference was creating the disturbance in the parallel universes. But that wasn't all, said Mailing. Perhaps Olga was searching for the Gurlagan, because it was the cause of the distortion among the parallel universes. The Gurlagan had become the fulcrum around which space had warped. And if that was true, there would be no way to stop the distortion without getting rid of the Gurlagan 3 itself. And for that reason, we continued searching for the Gurlagan. We'd lost all trace of the monster, and hadn't made any further progress into analyzing the VR system. But the disturbance of the parallel universes might well be continuing. It was possible that some of the universes might even be in peril. And it was equally possible that our universe, too, could follow the same path moments later. We were completely frazzled. Suddenly, Mailing spoke. If killing Gurlagan will make things right, there might be a way. What do you mean? Otacon raises his face, and Mailing began her explanation. If it's true that the VR system can interfere with other parallel universes 3, why not try killing Gurlagan within the VR system? That could mean we are actually killing the original Gurlagan, and the Gurlagan in our universe could disappear. Isn't that just a little too extreme? Objected Otacon. To which Mailing shot back, we can't just sit back and stare at the photo. We've got to do something. You agree with me, right, Snake? 4. I'm not sure. I answered. Her logic seemed extreme, no matter how I looked at it. But at the same time, I had the feeling that I'd end up doing it anyway. Doing something for the sake of doing it wasn't the answer, but I had to agree we still hadn't come up with a solution to the problem. A few hours later, I squared off against Gurlagan inside the VR system. Mission resumes. Girl defeated, we turned the VR system off. But somehow, I still wasn't convinced. I removed the headset and spoke to Otacon. So, do you think we really did it? Otacon shrugged. Looked like he felt the same way I did. Just then, Meiling said, of course the mission has succeeded. I saw a wicked smile on her face. We've just lost the only way to restore the parallel universes to normal. What did you say? I said, rising from the seat. Meiling responded, there's no question that the Gerlagan was the singularity that represented the warp in the parallel universes. But the only way to restore space as we know it wasn't destroying the singularity. The solution was to capture the singularity, perform a counter-unitary conversation via the Koppelthorn engine, thereby dispersing the wave function to its state before convergence. Meiling continued, her voice full of satisfaction. Anyway, the disappearance of the singularity means the disappearance of the only method to restore space. Who are you? Meiling sneered at Otacon's cry. To borrow Olga's words, I'm not the Meiling you know. But no hard feelings, okay? I was just following someone's orders to complete a certain objective. Someone? Who? I asked her back. My husband. Meiling replied sweetly. I believe he's called Solidus in your universe. Solidus? We screamed without thinking. Meiling slowly pointed at a wall and said, oh, speak of the devil. Just then, the wall exploded. Debris poured from the gap. Dust enveloped the area. And Solidus Snake, clad in a powered suit, stood in the middle. Solidus said to Meiling, kept you waiting, huh? Honey. Meiling threw herself into Solidus' arms. I dove for Solidus. He fired a missile from his snake hand. A dazzling flash. An explosion. I was thrown against the wall. I lost consciousness momentarily. By the time I managed to get to my feet, I saw Solidus cradling Meiling and escaping through the hole he'd just blown in the wall. In the end, I couldn't keep up with Solidus. Otacon and I discussed what to do next as we stood in our half-destroyed idiot. If they were telling the truth, we'd just lost the way to restore the balance of the parallel universes. But there still had to be something we could do. Finally, Otacon spoke. What about Olga? It wasn't a bad idea. The Olga we'd run into at Big Shell seemed to have a good grasp of the situation. She might be able to come up with some kind of solution. There was just one problem. Where could she be? I told Otacon my concerns, and he nodded with confidence. I have an idea. So, what's your skill? Asked Otacon. A beautiful black woman with a slender build was sitting in front of us. She was too cheerful. She laughed far too often. I've got, like, really good luck. Good luck? Is that a skill? You betcha. Somewhat dismissively, I watched Otacon continue questioning the applicant. 0. Otacon had placed an ad entitled Wanted, Gerlagan Search Team Members in the city's main newspaper the other day. Let's catch the mysterious monster with our own hands. We have creditable information about where the creature will appear. Experience a plus. Details to be discussed during an interview. Unbelievable. Quite a few people had shown up. We'd already met with more than 10 people, but there was still no sign of Olga. We'll contact you later. I really look forward to hearing from you. The woman stood up, gave him a big smile, and left. I said to Otacon, do you really think this is going to work? She has to be on the lookout for information about Gerlagan. She'll show up. But all we've gotten so far are weirdos. Like that old man who still was backflips and sliding. And yeah, he was funny. Hey. Obviously, Otacon was getting a kick out of the whole scene. Relax. Let's wait a little bit longer. Next. Yelled Otacon. The door opened. Lo and behold, in walked Olga. Free. Back in the remains of our idiot, we explained the situation to Olga. After hearing our full account, Olga told us that there was still a way out. It's true that the Gerlagan singularity might have been erased, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all of singularities in all of the parallel universes have been. A glimmer of hope flashed through Otacon's eyes. 4. You mean there are other singularities? Most likely. But their forms and locations in the parallel universes are unknown. They won't be easy to find. We have some data about Gerlagan. If we analyze its pattern, Scan the vicinity of the stranger tractor with VR. Maybe we can. Otacon and Alga continued their technical discussion. The end result. 5. Said Otacon was settling on a method to find the singularities of other parallel universes by continuously and finely adjusting the wave function parameter of the VR system to mimic the unique pattern generated by a singularity. In other words, it looked like I'd have to make through a series of VR constructs. Preparations were made faster than I expected. I returned to the seat of the VR system. 6. Otacon said, I'll tell you, as soon as I locate the singularity. Until then, I want you to continue clearing VR stages. But be careful. I don't think Solidus will just take this sitting down. You may run into traps. Stay alert. Otacon initialized the VR system. A virtual reality spread before my eyes. Mission resumes. Located any singularities? I asked Otacon. No, not yet, echoed Otacon's voice through the VR construct. Let me try a different setting. I'm getting ready. Hold on a minute. I was left along in the virtual reality. You must have figured out how to find singularities using VR, Snake. But you won't find one, boomed a voice suddenly from out of nowhere. It was Solidus. I called Otacon. Otacon, it's Solidus. I know. I detected him from my end too. He's hacking into the VR system, but he wasn't gotten full control yet. Let's hurry into the next VR construct. Are you ready? A new VR space spread in front of my eyes. Mission resumes.
You know what you're doing.
respond. Is something wrong?
Congrats, Snake.
somebody there? Is there somebody there? Is there somebody there?
Great. You know what you're doing.
How are you doing, Otacon? I asked MTR. Otacon's voice answered. I detected a likely pattern, but it's too far away. Change the settings. We are getting a lot closer. I'll get ready for the next setting. As soon as I nodded, I heard Mediling's voice. They're doing a lot better than we expected, aren't they? Indeed. We'd better change our strategy. We are going to have to somehow block the singularity so they can't get any closer, answered Solidus' disembodied voice. How about using them? It's too dangerous. Even if they did stop Snake, it'd be pointless if the world was destroyed in the process. True enough. Using them has to be our last resort. Everything is in your hands, honey. Their voices were a lot clearer than before. They were definitely getting closer. I yelled to Otacon. Otacon, it's Solidus. I know. Their intrusion is progressing. We have to find the singularity before they get full control. Let's go. Mission resumes.
You know what you're doing.
Otacon, have you sighted a singularity? I asked from inside the VR. I'm picking up a reaction. Hurry to the next goal. Honey. Snake is. I heard Mediling click her tongue. I heard it, as if she was whispering to me. Solidus answered, I know. It may be time to use them. Get ready. Roger that. I heard Otacon's excited voice. Come in, Snake. Solidus has taken control of the VR system. We don't have much time. Let's begin. Mission resumes.
Is there somebody there?
There was nothing there. There was no light, no sound, no feeling of temperature or even of height. Was this the singularity? I called Otacon. But it was Solidus who answered. You're in what's called, how can I put this, so you can understand it, a gap between parallel universes. Solidus? What are you trying to do? Why are you trying to destroy the universe? I screamed. Destroy? Don't be stupid. This is a correction. Back to how things should be. What do you mean? I don't know who created the Copplethorne engine, or where, or when, or even why. But my guess is that it was designed as part of a grid computing system spread between the parallel universes. Grid computing. I'd heard the term from Otacon. It was a technique for creating a networked supercomputer with massive computational abilities by connecting numerous servers. If one could be built spanning across countless parallel universes, it would be possible to obtain near limitless computing power. But when the universe-spanning Copplethorne engine was applied to the VR system, it became a device for controlling possibility itself. Solidus continued. Controlling? That's correct. When a VR system using the Copplethorne engine is instructed to build a virtual reality having a given set of conditions, it selects a group of universes having the potential to satisfy those conditions from among a still indefinite number of parallel universes that still have wave functions that have not converged. It then presents these as a VR construct you see before you. What you call VR training is nothing less than the external observation of parallel universes. I recalled the bizarre sensation of possessing another person's body when I was engaged in VR training. I suppose that was the sensation of interfering with another universe. Solidus' voice echoed. When you go through VR training, your actions within virtual reality are reflected in a set of corresponding universes. The resulting interference simultaneously acts as observation with regards to a group of still indefinite parallel universes besides the one that is receiving the interference. That means that the possibilities of the universe converge on the conditions corresponding to the actions you took. For example, let's say you just killed an enemy soldier within the VR simulation. That means that the universe containing the killed soldier was observed and made definite. In other words, universes where the soldier has not been killed lose their indefinite potential and are erased from existence. Solidus continued. The only universe permitted to exist, in the end, is the one that doesn't contradict the actions you took in the VR simulation. Do you realize what this means? When your game is over in the VR system and you try again, the potential for existence for that very universe is denied and eliminated as never having existed. That means that every single time you replay the game, an uncounted number of universes are destroyed. I was in total shock. The disturbance of the parallel universes you've seen is a distortion generated by external interference. I suppose you could see it as the death cries of the universes that have been killed off. The singularities are a condensed form of that distortion. I had a flashback of Alga, the Gerlagan, and Mediling. If this disturbance has really been caused by 0 external interference, that means my own universe is receiving interference from VR systems and other universes? Or course. Haven't you ever felt like your body wasn't your own? Like you took an unexpected action after the fact? Or you were able to do something you didn't think was possible? That's because of interference from other universes. 1. Perhaps the reason you were able to topple Shadow Moses is because of a helping hand from someone in another universe. Solidus' laugh echoed through the space. Through my research into parallel universes, I learned that I was killed many times in different worlds. I decided to protect myself. I refuse to recognize any universe when I'm killed. And that's why I decided to make things right with the VR system. I interfere with other parallel universes using the VR system and control them such that I won't die there. I don't care how much of a disturbance I create or how many contradictory universes are eliminated. The only things that's important is my survival. Period. That's crazy. Do you really have the right to criticize me? Haven't you refused to recognize 3. your own failures within the VR simulation by retreating a level again? Solidus laughed at my lack of a comeback. This conversation is over. I won't give up the singularity. And I can't let you restore the universes that I have corrected. So I'd like you to stay here. Forever. He spat. You're going to regret forcing me to break the seal. They will be here. 4. Soon. A loathsome unit, infamous in uncountable universes, hated and feared by all. Their presence alone has the ability to destroy a world. They are children of darkness on whom is focused the combined hate of the entire universe. The Princess of Hell and the Prince of Chaos. Allow me to introduce Rose and Jack. A dazzling light enveloped everything. This text is followed by more text. Jack. Earth to Jack. Rose leaned over the table. She cocked her head and looked into my eyes. What's wrong? You looked out of it. I gently stroked Rose's hair. I was enchanted by your eternal beauty. Very funny, Jack. Rose became as bashful as a little girl. I'm being serious. Rose touched my hand. Do you remember what day tomorrow is? What? March 21st. Yeah. Of course. It's the luckiest day of my entire life. The day I met you. I said. Wrong. Really? Yep. Rose puffed out her cheeks. I'm sorry. I think of how lucky I'm to have met you every day, so I always think of the anniversary as being right around the corner. That doesn't exactly make sense, but I'm happy to hear it anyway, smiled Rose. By the way, your mission this time is to defuse all bombs. Good luck. My vision darkened. Just then, I thought I heard someone calling me from far away. For some reason, HTE. Voice seemed very familiar. Snake, that's solid as trap. Wake up. Mission resumes.
Freeze! More! Enemy sighted.
Who is that?
It's the enemy. I need help.
What's going on? Respond. Communications with the first floor of the Shell 2 core have ceased.
Nice work.
I was enveloped in an overpoweringly bright light. The next moment, I was thrown into a huge space with a mysteriously lit floor surface. I could hear Ottokun's voice. Snake. Snake. Are you okay? I shook my head to clear a mild headache. It felt like I'd been dreaming for a long time. I've completely retaken control of the VR system from Solidus, said Ottokun excitedly. That's good. So where's the singularity? I found it. It's there. You're in the singularity. Now we can start returning the universe to normal. Just then, I felt something huge closing in from the front. A Metal Gear ray emerged from the darkness. Then a second one, then more, right after the others. Ottokun screamed. It's Solidus' final attempt to stop us. I need a little more time to finish things on my end. Just hold on for a little bit. The Metal Gear ray units closed in. I squared off against them. I'd have to fight until Ottokun finished his work. Mission resumes. When I camo 2, I once again found myself in what Solidus had called the gap between the parallel universes. I heard Otacon's happy voice from somewhere. Snake. We did it. Everything went perfectly on my end. Space has begun to repair itself. Exactly like it was before. I spoke to thin air. You should be pulled into our universe soon. But it looks like the repairs are occurring sequentially. It could be some time before everything goes back to normal. Snake. Echoed Solidus' angry voice. There was a flash of light, and when I opened my eyes I found myself standing atop the destroyed Federal Hall along with Solidus. Solidus drew his swords. I said, just stop. It's over. The universe is repairing itself. No, it's not over. If I manage to kill you here, at least one universe where I survive will be made definite. Stop it. There has to be another way. I'm returning to my universe. I have no intention of interfering with yours. There's no reason for us to fight. But Solidus merely laughed at my words, readying his swords. He fixed me with a piercing, menacing stare. Enough talk. Fight me. Mission resumes.
What's wrong with you? Hey! Let's go. Is that the best you can do? Die. What's wrong with you? Take this! Die! Over here! Take this! Die! Let's go. Over here. Die. Over here. Die. Over here. Die. Take this! Is that the best you can do? Take this!
Solidus tumbled from the roof of Federal Hall. I threw my hand out for him, but caught nothing but air. Solidus' body fell in silence. I couldn't do anything but watch. The moment his body hit the ground, I was enveloped in a blindingly powerful light. When the light cleared, I found myself in the Hidiot. Otacon and Olga stood right in front of me. Otacon raised his hand. Hi. Welcome back, Snake. Your return could mean that I'll be next to go, said Olga. We'll miss you. Olga smiled gently. I'll miss you too. But I have to go. There's somebody I want to see. Your kid? Olga looked at me in surprise. What? I don't have any children. Not yet. She lowered her eyes, as if embarrassed, and said, my husband is waiting for me. Husband? Otacon and I exclaimed in shock. That's right. In my universe. I quickly interrupted her. No. We'd probably be better off not knowing. Olga smiled broadly. A bright light enveloped her body, and she was gone. Otacon said sadly, she's gone. Yeah. But now that I think of it, the snake standing in front of me seems different from the snake I know from my universe. It was just as Otacon said. In an uncountable number of parallel universes, there had to be some that were incredibly similar. We hadn't felt anything out of the ordinary, but it was possible that the Otacon in front of me was a millimeter taller than the Otacon I knew. Or maybe he didn't like dogs. Perhaps his father was still alive. The memories we thought we shared might have been erased from existence. But there was no way to check for sure. As I stood engrossed in awe, Otacon extended an open palm. The snake in my universe owes me $100. Ignoring him, I said, the Otacon from my universe wouldn't be angry, even if I told him I accidentally broke one of his action figure toys. Otacon's eyes widened in shock. What? Which one did you break? I let out a laugh. Soon both of us were laughing. We realized something. We might not have the same shared memories. And perhaps we'd be going to different universes shortly. But one thing was clear. We were friends. The world filled bright light. Otacon and I shook hands. When I came to, I was sitting in a chair in the Hidiot. I looked around the room. It was the same Hidiot as ever. There was no trace of the damage Solidus had caused. Had I returned to just before the whole incident even happened? My path of vision crossed with Otacon, who was sitting across from me. Did we come back? Asked Otacon. Judging from his tone of voice, it seemed he'd been through a similar experience to mine. But there had to be an uncountable number of universes where nearly the same thing had occurred. I didn't know if this Otacon had been in the same universe with me, and there was no way to check. But I didn't really care. The person sitting in front of me was Otacon. It's all over, said Otacon, stretching. Something occurred to me, and I said, are you sure? What do you mean? I just wonder if it's really over yet. I told Otacon about what I couldn't get out of my head. When I faced Solidus at the end, I really hadn't wanted to fight him. But I did fight, and I killed him. It was as if I hadn't been in control of my own body. Solidus said the Copplethorne engine and the VR system interfered with the parallel universes. But what if he was wrong? Or what if there was another device that allowed one to externally observe and interfere with a parallel universe? You're thinking too much, Otacon said, laughing it off. And anyway, he leaned towards me. Did you say you broke one of my action figures? No, I was just. Suddenly the door opened, and in walked Maryling. She looked like nothing had happened to her at all. Hey, check this out. Maryling threw us the tabloid she'd brought with her. The tabloid reads, once again, monster at Big Shell.
Arms race of that last century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. It is yours to guard. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind. force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. The future of the country rests with you tonight. I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me.
Stupid machines! Damn the Patriots! You still have some use.
I've captured Snake.
Bring him in.